Oh boy, your captain, Slurgy, has returned and is ready to take the Oathtakers on their exploits and stuff. Last we left off, we made some adventures out into the wild that were surprisingly not fruitful. We snaked a little path through the western part of the map, far from civilization, and found very few fights. So we may have to make another journey that way. Hello, Dennis1896. Welcome, welcome. We've still got the Oath of Sacrifice rolling, which means we're not healing from our injuries. We've only got 2 days remaining in it. So if we find a difficult fight, we can manage to use these Iron Will potions, I suppose. I mean, seems like something we should do. We did sell the stuff in our inventory. There is a hunter here for hire. We could hire a hunter. I feel like with the very last slots though, I'd like to wait and save for an Oathtaker or two just to have them. Just feels like the right thing to do. Just haven't seen any since the early game. So, the world is our oyster. We could make another pass at El Hadet, looking for their sword lances that we know they should have. I mean, they do have. It's just we didn't manage to get any in our last raid. That would be a decent option. We could do these contracts here quick for Himmelstadt, like one of them. We could do this find hideout of the Insane Master some way to the west. And then we would just, you know, upon finding the camp, just destroy it and then report back to them. Well, that's where it used to be. It's an option. I kind of like the idea of just heading south and getting to some raiding down in El Hadet. And then we can make another circle over here. And then from El Hazred, maybe we can make a more productive path through the wilds. I think that's a good idea. I wonder what happens if you treat the injuries during the Oath of Sacrifice. Do they heal faster when the oath is over? That's probably how it works, I would guess. And treating them probably also prevents the event where you get a festering wound. So maybe I should actually do this? How long do they take to heal normally? Oh, I guess it doesn't tell me. I think they're all minor injuries, but they're all really bad minor injuries for what the character is set up to do. So I'm just gonna go ahead and cure him. We got the money. All right, we could maybe buy these dyes. It's a reasonable price. We should be able to sell them for more when we reach Tarwa down there. Actually, let's see. So the building that creates dyes is this little dye maker. So if we don't see that building here, and it looks like we don't, right? We got the militia barracks, the plantation, silk farm, incense. So we can buy these dyes to sell them. We won't get a wildly good sale price for them relative to what we buy them for, but it's still worth doing if we're going to travel that way. We can stop by Kargau and also get dyes. Stop by Zugfest and head south. The run's in a really good spot now. We've still got a lot of progress to make, but feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good about where the squad's at. It's a pretty good brother. We can definitely be waiting for a premium kind of brother to replace or supplement our squad. And Horik is really good, make no mistake. But we purchased him because he was cheap. He's not quite gonna meet our needs here. We'll buy these dyes. Could have bought even cheaper ammo here, wow. Wait, does it say the injury time now? I don't know, did it? Oh my, oh, interesting. How fascinating. It doesn't over the tooltip, like over their character sheet, but you're right. Hovering over the bro in the lineup, it does say the time. That's weird. Like, that's, huh, that's very strange. Mango, bud. No. Mango. I know, oh wow, there are turkeys back there. He's not wrong to be alerted. There are turkeys in my backyard. He doesn't like that. Okay, I think it'll probably be nighttime when I arrive in Zugfest, so I'm gonna head straight south. And in fact, it'll probably be nighttime when I pass by Fuchsburg, and I don't think there's anything I even want to bother doing there. So I'll just continue on all the way to Tarwa, where we will sell the dyes and then make our way west. All right, 1 second. I gotta get him to stop barking. Mango, bud, it's okay. You just can't be barking out the window, okay? Okay, all right, you can sit on my lap, or go over there. He's losing his mind. All right, we'll check out what's going on in Tarwa here. We got the taxidermist. Still hanging on to this singular unhold hide, at least for now. We'll check out the shops. We may buy some of these consumables to kind of have them ready for later, for when we want to use them. Drive off nomads, and deliver cargo to Al Hazred. We could do that. We'll pass by El Hadet, we'll raid them, and then we'll deliver cargo to Al Hazred. That sounds pretty great to me. I think that's basically exactly what we want to do. So, we will accept that contract. Let's see if there's any trade goods. So we've got the spices, silk, and incense here. And here they've got spices. I think this is silk, but they do not have an incense dryer. Right, so the incense dryer is this cute little thing. This is the silk farm. So they do not have an incense dryer. So that could be a little source of a tiny bit of additional money. Take a look, double check there wasn't anyone. No, okay. So we'll buy the incense. It's a little expensive. It'll probably sell for just a bit more than that though. We'll buy a little bit of food, a little bit of tools, And we will accept this contract. We'll buy the second wind potion and night owl elixir, cat potion. And let's fight the armies of El Hadet. Aha! The contract twist. It would have been nice to drink our Iron Will potions before this, because this can be a little bit of a spicy fight. We've got a few war dogs, many mercenaries, and a master archer. The master archer is not too scary. I was much more afraid that they'd have a sword master, but the master archer shouldn't be a problem. Fighting mercs can be a source of good armors. This right here, what's this, like footman's armor? This would be really nice to get. And he's not too scary of a bro. He's not a bro, he's an enemy. These armors are okay. I can't even remember what it's called off the top of my head, but not that big of a deal. But yeah, so we're gonna look to get this armor from the fight, so we're gonna take the rest of these enemies out, will be the goal. And their master archer's got a heavy crossbow. Cool. So these guys haven't shot yet. Could position the gunner right behind this guy, and that's probably where they'll attack. So we'll go ahead and put him there. Cool. Okay, so we attacked there and scattered behind. Pushed him so that we could put Bijante in that hex and just sort of have the wall of fatigue neutrals right up against him. We'll back Nixlarf's up. Break out of a net and attack. Pretty neat little thing you can do because of polearm mastery. Okay, so I'm either going to need to switch weapons this turn, or either to the pole hammer and then attack next turn, or to the dagger now. He's not too threatening, really, so I'm kind of inclined to just pull out the pole hammer. I don't know, I might end up killing those guys before they get a chance to go though, so let's see if that's even necessary. It might not be. Guess I kind of took a attack away from Bijante, huh? Cool. Yeah, let's just get the dagger out. We can start the daggering now. Alright, that guy is now fleeing, so we'll need to do our best to get a full surround and prevent him from actually escaping. Made slightly difficult by the presence of this master archer. Not anymore. Okay, he's now fully locked in, as is the Master Archer, sort of incidentally. Alright, let's get in range of that warbow. Alright, and he is fleeing. We'll let that mercenary probably escape. I think that's just what's gonna happen there. And this footman's armor is ours. Could potentially release dogs to chase this merc down. Mercenaries are pretty good experience, so it's probably worth doing. They do have dagger mastery alongside, I think, all weapon masteries. Pretty sure they just get all weapon masteries. So he did get 3 attacks on the dog, so I'm glad it made it. Alright, and now this guy's fleeing. Cool. So that was a really good fight for us. So taking contracts, you know, just as incidental things you do while traveling around the map has more benefit than just the direct reward for the contract. A lot of times the twists can have benefits as well. And in this case, we got the sellsword's armor. I said footman's armor, and that was wrong. So sellsword's armor. We also did get one of these light scale armors, which, you know, is still handy. We got a warbow, which is kind of interesting. Potentially could use for a bit. And then we got this step helmet with mail as a backup sort of forged armor as well. And this bardiche, which we may also make use of. So, wonderful. So first things first, I think everyone's got daggers, right? Yeah. We'll equip this sellsword's armor probably on Bijante. Can also maybe give him the bardiche to use instead of the mansplitter. I think we're at a point in his fatigue with the sellsword's armor equipped where the bardiche is probably more sensible. Yeah, nice loot for sure, for sure. So I think we'll equip the bardiche. Man-splitters are still nice. We may still hang on to it, just in case I want to equip it down the line. Maybe for, you know, Monolith, or even a fight earlier than that. I could equip the Man-splitter instead of, say, the Heavy Rusty Axe, once I get those. And then just use a second wind potion for those fights. I think that's reasonable. The Step Helmet with Mail. I don't think I have a place for that right now, but it is a better looking item than the Nasal Helmet with Mail. So I've got the one backup Forge helmet. We can have a second. And then, interestingly enough, we do have this bow, which we could equip on our hybrid. It's not a terrible idea to have it as an option. So we would, you know, we'd have to get a quiver, I guess. Here's a quiver of bolts. We can keep it as an option for Xerxes here. But realistically, we're going to be trying to use the javelins as much as possible because they're just better damage-wise. But we don't have the heavy javelins yet, so I think there's still kind of a space where the warbow actually legit in a decent number of situations would be better to use. As much as it pains me to say that out loud. Because bows do kind of suck, generally speaking. But as a means to an end, it'll work for me. So we got this 170 armor. I think we can keep these armors. Let's get them, let's just equip them, and we'll put them on our mules here to just sort of repair up. That's fine, right? And yeah, then we'll go ahead and level up Bijante. Ooh, we got a +1 in melee skill, huh? '78's still pretty good for level 8. So I'm deciding between the +1 melee skill and +3 resolve, I think would be the one that's in competition with it. Fatigue neutrals do want a lot of resolve, especially on this squad where I don't have my usual dedicated spear bros. They're going to be taking a lot more contact where enemies are closing on them. So I'm kind of inclined to grab resolve here. And now for perks, we can either do a Fearsome's a good choice, because with Axe Mastery, Axe is, you know, being his weapon of choice, we will get 2 Fearsome procs per attack, which I think makes it worth taking. That's sort of my cutoff, I think, for when I think Fearsome has sufficient value, is if you can get 2 procs per turn, then it's worth having. If you can't, I think you're probably better suited with some other perks. But my evaluation is subject to change there. I could be wrong. So let's go ahead and get Fearsome. Other things that are potential options would have been Battleforge. I mean, a few other options too, but Battleforge sort of sticks out to me as probably being the next one that we'll take. All right, and we continue on. So Bijante is going to be a big candidate for using the Iron Will potion for if we take a nice juicy fight against a southern army coming up here. So we'll get close to the town. See if any armies pop out. Saw footsteps. Let's trace those footsteps, track them, see what's behind them. There's a lot going on here. Okay. Many conscripts, a few gunners, and an officer. I think this is a great fight for us to take. Given that our oath is about to end, I think it's time to use the Iron Will potions, and in fact, it's going to end in just one day, so I'm definitely using this one. I mean, do I just go ahead and use 2? I think I might. Could give the other one to EELI. Sure. Alright, and then let's make sure we've got full fidelity armors going into this fight against this southern army. Looks like we basically do. Okay. The officer could be... Oh my goodness. I don't want to fight both at the same time. This is awkward. So the enemy group with 11 is a little bit faster. They're... Oh. That's too many. Look at these beautiful sword lances, though. How absurd would it be for me to take this fight? Do I think I can do it? This is really good terrain. So I can get an easy uphill advantage, like very easily. Which almost makes me want to take this. Did I drink both Iron Will potions? I drank one here. Did I drink the other one? I did. So those will run out if I run. Interesting. So I basically have a choice here. If I run, then I spend time splitting them up into their, group of 11 and 16. And then I don't have the advantage of the Iron Will potions. But they're obviously much more bite-sized chunks. If I fight them together, it's obviously a much more difficult fight. However, then I get the benefit of the potions. And I do think that's actually worth quite a bit. And we've got really good terrain. I think if this terrain weren't good, I wouldn't do it. But this is, like, excellent terrain. I can post up along this whole ridge. Their sword lances are going to have to be... Yeah, they're really going to struggle to even get attacks in. We'll have to get some sort of bro attached to their gunners, which could be tricky. But it is nighttime, so he'll have a little trouble hitting us. Just like Final Overdrive will have a little trouble hitting them. Well, I can wait on the first 4 bros and see how they approach. But I think I'm gonna fight this. 26 enemies is a lot, though. We do have some fearsome, so we do have that, win con as an option. That's probably how we're gonna win this fight, is through resolve. We've got a pretty good spot for our tank to stand if we want to just hold off a bunch of the enemies. Our 2 fatigue neutrals in the tank on these sort of high ground spots here looks really good to me. Okay, so there's the officer. And I think this is that crappy armor. This reddish tinted one is much worse than it looks. Now Giselher does have this injury with pierced leg muscles, which is like extra bad for him. So his melee defense is a lot lower than it normally is. So even with shield wall up, he's gonna be actually quite hittable. So it might be better to send him on the mission to go get these gunners. Although he doesn't have Pathfinder, so maybe that's not true. It's like I'm debating whether moving him here is going to result in his untimely demise or not. Could also move him like here, and then put the fatigue neutrals like here and here. That way he doesn't get quite as surrounded. He'll only have 2 enemies in contact max. Definitely need to be careful with these decisions. They're kind of sneakily really important. Because once I decide how I'm going to be set up, I'm going to be kind of locked in for a long slog, getting through these nimble husks of hit points. I mean, the other thing too is, let's see, does Corvus Corak have Pathfinder? He does. Good. Xerxes probably doesn't. He does. Okay. So we actually can kind of do a full retreat onto this high ground. Like this highest elevation. That's probably a pretty good idea. Instead of going down one. I think it's a better overall shape. So if I did, I'd want to go here already. So let's just do it. Leonard, I think, can just throw from where he's at. He's gonna contribute kind of not that much damage. I guess I could wait for the gunners to move. Might have an ability to attack them. That'd be better, huh? So does Manifest Destiny's Child or Bajante have better defense? Or even, I guess, Blackfire could stand in this hex too. So between Blackfire, Bajante, and Manifest Destiny's Child. Manifest Destiny's Child would be the one I'd want to take the most dangerous position. No, he doesn't have Underdog yet. I take that back. It's probably the Tay. So I'll have him occupy this hex. Blackfire we can send up here, perhaps. We'll have Manifest Destiny's Child go to where Blackfire is standing right now. Mortimer Drock can wait for now, or I could send him here. Because I guess realistically I could put Final Overdrive right there, and then he can blast kind of everywhere. This is a really good hex, actually. Yeah, so let's go here with Mortimer Drock. We'll put Final Overdrive all the way up here, where we've got, you know, good attacks already. Let's do this one. Nixlarfs is kind of standing in not the most useful of locations at the moment. It'll be fine, but... Alright, we're gonna Manifest Destiny's Child stand here, and then the Chaucer will back up to, like, maybe there. He'll have to move next turn, but that's fine, because I want to have him rally to bring Manifest Destiny's Child back up from wavering, since he's a dastard. And the Gunners didn't really move much, huh? Kind of weird. Attack here and wait. Attack here and wait, because we're gonna have Black Fire occupy this hex and we may need to fill in behind him. I'm not going to be fooled into moving forward with Manifest Destiny's Child. We're going to keep this great hex. No need to be in such a hurry. If we need to move over to the top to reinforce up there, we will. Gisselhair is in a slightly dangerous position, but it's not that bad. Probably still shield wall, though. Okay, so now, technically I could have like Corvus Korak attack and then go back here, which isn't that bad. Or I could have him attack and then just come back to the spot he's at. Oh, also, I thought I couldn't find this helmet yesterday and it was like equipped the whole time. Am I dumb? I was thinking my heavy mail coif disappeared. Why did I think that? I remember thinking that. Could I just not find it? I'll have to go back and watch my own gameplay video to know what the hell happened there. So yeah, we can attack this conscript and move back to the spot we're at. These guys are all so far away. This hex doesn't feel bad. It's gonna leave it for Manifest Destiny's Child, but guess he could move forward. Let's just go here. Okay, especially since they're gonna fill up some of these spots up here. Now with some of the scarier weapons. That makes me a little more tempted to push forward and manifest Destiny's Child. And then we can have Mortimer Drock go up here. Yeah, I think I like this. I think this is fine. Nice. Or I could even have Mortimer Drock go here now that I think about it. Maybe that's better? Because these guys are going to spill over, potentially surround Corvus Corak, but I say that, but he's still got AP. He's fast, right? So that's one of the advantages of this build. I think he'll be okay. I don't think he'll be able to get surrounded. Alright, we can blast 5 enemies there. That seems pretty good. Probably wait on attacking with Nyxlarfs. Force these Swordlance conscripts to go up in elevation. Eagledub, who does not have Overwhelm, but still might attack here. No, he's shield walling. Let's wait. Yeah, so their gunners are going to start getting some decent attacks. Good. Glad you didn't get that stun. Hello, Xerxes. Could move here and attack this conscript. Seems pretty good to me. Hit him in the head. Hit him in the head when we didn't want to. Nice. Good snipe in Xerxes. This conscript's already running. We can move Mortimer Drock down into melee contact with him. And I'll probably just end turn here so I can shield wall next turn with Gisselhair. Since this guy's not shield walling, he'll be a better attack target. Definitely gonna attack down here somewhere. This seems pretty good. I'm gonna hit both of the gunners. I think I really want to get the overwhelm stacks on the gunners and potentially fearsome, right? Wow, a bunch of missing, but that's okay. We got at least half of what we wanted. Okay, let's finish off this guy. Yeah, the guns are getting some really good attacks in, unfortunately. It's just kind of the way it is. Our fatigue neutrals have hardly hit anything. There we go. All I gotta do is insult him a little. Is this too dangerous of a hex for Gisselhair? I don't think so. Despite him having the pierced leg muscles. Let's get him up here so this officer can't come and occupy that hex. Oh dang, I thought that might be lethal. Definitely have a bunch of wavering morale on their side though, which is great. We can hit 6 here. Seems pretty good. We'll have EELI hit this guy. Nice. So you found out that dropping weapons is apparently guaranteed to give them back to you as long as the durability is greater than or equal to 12. Aha! So there is some constraint there, but it is not one that either of us even thought of. Good to know. Thank you for the testing on that. Missed our 95% there. And now we've got an enemy in range with our gunner, which is annoying. It was only limited testing so far. You dug up some forum threads. Ah, okay. Still, that's, I mean, research is kind of like testing. It's just the testing that someone else did. Alright, I'm gonna attack this conscript back here. I really need this specific conscript to... Now this specific conscript. Annoying. Is it worth to occupy this hex? EELI's in pretty good shape now. He's confident. He's got pretty good melee defense. Still has pretty good dodge value at the moment. He's got nimble, full HP. Armor's in good shape. Feeling okay about taking this hex. I think he'll be fine. But I could just let Blackfire have it. That's probably better. Alright, so Final Overdrive won't be able to attack at the start of this round like he was previously because of this enemy that's occupied this hex obnoxiously. You know, I waited there. There's no world in which I bail Corvus Korak out. I should have just ended turn. I mean, not bail him out. Like, he's fine. I'm not going to assist him in this fight. That's just like a little one-on-one happening back there. That's just going to keep being a 1v1. Now, I could put a dog here just to get this gunner. I've been reluctant to put dogs down because the dogs can serve as a target that when they kill the dog, they can gain resolve or morale. But I think it's worth putting this dog down to be in range of this gunner. I got 2 officers here, both downhill. Probably need to hit this one to keep our tank safe because he's kind of a little bit surrounded. That was a pretty good hit. And I still actually want to attack this guy. There we go. There we go. So do I fill in and occupy this hex with Xerxes? I think so. He's got pretty good... Well, he would have good attack skill if it weren't for overwhelmed. Is this too vulnerable of a hex to let him occupy? Maybe. We could pull out the warbow instead. Let's do that. Oh, right. Nope. Forgot. We don't have a quiver yet. He doesn't have ammo. Shit. Well, okay. I mean, it's fine. Alright. Final overdrive can just keep blasting. I think if Nixlar's put a dog down, that dog would occupy here. No, the dog is going Lord knows where. The dog managed to get in range of this gunner. Wow. Good boy. That was a good boy. Alright, let's fill in with Eagledub here. Oh wow, that push was kind of crazy. All right, so Gisselhair is definitely in danger. We got the stun. What a jerk. So I guess I end turn with Gisselhair to try to shield wall next turn. Not going to be fast enough to get it before they get their turn. He's in danger. I mean, I could try to simply back up now. How many fewer attacks would that subject him to? At least some. Now, I don't want to back him up though because this officer is going to get a chance to flee now that Blackfire is stunned. Boy, that's annoying. So, next turn, the dog will get in range of the gunner. So the only attacks will be this conscript, this conscript, this conscript. He's gonna get attacked once, probably just once this turn by this conscript. But he'd need to get through 2 to be able to flee. I might be able to put out enough damage / resolve checks to get him free. If I try to run away, yeah, I think we'll just end turn. Good job. All right, I guess. Let's get Xerxes over helping kill that guy, I guess. It's able to do a death blow, that's kind of neat. Unexpected. So this attack here is gonna do Gisselhair the most. Or I could even attack here. I think I like this even better. Yeah, because we were able to finish off. Yeah, okay. That was good. Let's see if we can get resolve check. Okay. And hit that guy. Boy, Gisselhair is holding on for dear life. We get a shield wall now. That seems good. Definitely wait after doing that one. Let's put a dog down, since I can't move an attack. Dog might, yeah, I was gonna say finish off that conscript and, yeah. All right, we're out of ammo. We managed to use it all in Final Overdrive. Kind of incredible. So, we can get an overwhelm stack on that conscript there. So Nyxlarfs is unable to move and 2 hexes here and attack, so I'm actually gonna lock down this conscript and we'll let the rest of the squad help out. So we'll get a dog down for surround, but I'm actually gonna attack elsewhere. Here. Still Operation Save Gisselhair. Now the Chaucer can't really attack anything because of the elevation difference. I mean, I guess actually, if this guy dies as he runs, he could occupy the hex where he was standing and attack this gunner. So I guess he could have an attack by the time his turn rolls around. good. I don't know if there's probably much for Leonard to do. I think Gisselhair here probably... We can either stab once or put a dog down. I'm kind of inclined to put a dog down. Get more dogs pursuing those who would seek to flee. Might be the same deal with Mortimer Drock. So we will not... Yeah, there we go. I know Leonard's probably basically going to do nothing the rest of this fight, which is fine. Still seeking to get overwhelmed stacks on this conscript. Given that, we'll attack this one, since this guy's overwhelmed. There we go. Now they're basically all fleeing. Almost all, anyway. Need to make sure Bijante doesn't fall here. Pretty sure you would add a full or at least half party wave. You know, that was now that it's done, I was a little bit nervous going into it that I was maybe making a huge mistake, because it was a pretty scary army, and you know, this is not like a fully fleshed out squad to be taking on not one but two southern armies in one fight. I would not have taken that had the terrain not been favorable, but it was. And so with careful planning, and look at the damage contribution, was like so nice and even across the board, really. That actually just went super well. And we got our sword lances that we wanted. Hell yeah. All the sword lances we could ever need. Wonderful. And so we will equip these sword lances onto our fencers. The air quotes is fun every time. What I actually might do with this ominous gasher, I was saying I was maybe going to give it to Final Overdrive. And I still could, but actually I think what I might do with him is give him Dagger Mastery. And if an enemy does get in melee contact with him, he's got the Katal. And he's actually got pretty good melee skill. And Brute isn't useless with the Katal. It's actually still a reasonable, you know, it's okay, basically is what I'm saying. So I might give the Ominous Gasher as a backup weapon to the Chaucer, actually. Because he does have quick hands. And he's got really high melee skill. So now all of our fencers have sword lances. Lovely. I'm going to keep a few backup sword lances because, believe it or not, it's in a long fight, it's not totally unreasonable to go through the full durability and potentially could have weapons breaking. Eventually, we are going to give them some big, heavy backup weapons. Probably the heavy rusty axe is going to be my go-to, but we're not there quite yet. We don't need to worry about that, at least for now. And we did get a turban helmet from that fight as well, which was super nice. So, is that a quiver on the mule? A quiver of bolts. Yeah, good eye. It is a quiver, but it's not the quiver that we need to get our boy Xerxes. We'll be on the lookout for a regular quiver. Words that it is unexpected for Slurgy to say, but here we are. And I think that's all the reconfiguring I need to do. I'm definitely not going to need to keep these extra handguns. We've got one extra handgun in case I want to train up a bro, or maybe give Xerxes one later or something, or even Leonard. So I'm keeping the option open. They can always start out with a handgun equipped, even without crossbow and firearm mastery, just to get one good blast where they can maybe hit 5 or 6 enemies at the start of the fight and then become throwers. That's totally reasonable. You don't have to have the perk just to start with one equipped. So quite possibly that's enough. Maybe I've already kind of convinced myself I should hang on to one more handgun. And I've got 2 powder bags. Yeah, so I'm good on that front. Okay, now let's do our level ups. Eagledub. I think we can skip our +1 in melee defense. I think that's fine. Let's just get hit points. And we'll get Overwhelm, especially now that we've got the Sword Lance equipped. Leonard. +1 melee defense here. So we'll probably skip that and take some sort of secondary in its place. I don't hate hit points, actually. Not a terrible opportunity to just grab that. And we'll get Throwing Mastery. So right now Xerxes and Leonard are probably going to be kind of the same general build, whatever it ends up being. It'll be really similar to each other. To be determined exactly how we fill it out. Final Overdrive, yeah, so like I mentioned, I think the last 2 perks we're going to take on him are going to be, we might end up skipping Gifted on him because I want some sort of weapon mastery, and I think it makes the most sense to do Dagger. That'll make him really nice against Necro Savants that jump on him, and they're going to want to jump on him. Same thing is true for any orcs that break through the lines and want to attack him. We're going to want Dagger Mastery. We kind of really want 3 perks, which is what makes builds like this sort of annoying, because I'd really like Dagger Mastery and Footwork and Colossus. But we'll have to make do with less. And so Dagger Mastery it is. So he's pretty fast. He's already faster than a lot of enemies. Basically everything. If we pump him up a tiny bit more, we get to break through the threshold where we can wait against goblins and still go before them in the next round, which is kind of nice. And that happens right around where he's at now, assuming the goblins also waited. So if everybody waits, goblins, except for champions, don't have relentless. And so Final Overdrive can go after the goblins have already fired their arrows into a kite shield, and then, you know, move forward, and then can go at the beginning of the next round, move into a nice spot where he can blast a bunch of goblos, which is pretty nice. So given that, I probably only need one more level of initiative, I think, for that to be true. So we don't have to take it now. Oh, everything okay, Mango? Do you want to sit on my lap? You can hop on up, bud. Yeah, you're a good boy. So we could grab melee defense, just to keep that nice and high for, again, the cases where he does get jumped. Hit points are okay. Let's just grab the initiative. We can sort of gamble on getting either a +4 in hit points or a +3 in melee defense. Either one would be fine. I might have to set up a blanket across my lap for this little guy to cuddle in on. 1 second. He likes to sit on my lap, but he likes to do it with a big blanket that I can splay across so we can really get comfortable. You can lay down, bud. Do you want to lay down? You don't have to. He's still standing up. All right. We made it to Al-Hazred. And we're basically sort of fully equipped and ready for adventures, I think. So, no bros here we really care to take a look at. Nothing too interesting here. Can grab the second wind potion. All right, so let's take a look at the contracts. Deliver cargo to Himmelstadt. Interesting. And then drive off nomads at travelers camp south of Al-Hazred. So the interesting thing about... Oh, and let's look for... Oh yeah. Might grab some nets. So, Mango, bud, that's enough. Hey, come here. You're okay. No arrows, no quiver of arrows for sale, but some goblins are likely to drop some. So we'll have an opportunity to get one of those soon. The armor attachments here I probably will buy because I'm going to use those. And fire pots could be handy if we get a big fight against, say, some goblins or orcs or something like that. We may want to make use of them. All right, so let's sell stuff and then kind of see where our inventory's at. I think we're good on backup armors of all kinds. And I think we're sufficient on all of the weapons that we saved as well. So I don't have any qualms with just clearing things out. And so I might actually take this contract that says to deliver cargo to Himmelstadt, because if I'm going to make a trip through the wilds, we can do a similar like big sweeping path and then just land in Himmelstadt. So they say it'll take 2 days to get there. We're going to take like, 5. But that's fine. So we'll go ahead and put these armor attachments on. The metal pauldrons I'm going to put on one of the sort of forge-ish pieces, like maybe the sellsword's armor or the decayed coat of plates. Probably just do it on the sellsword's armor. And we might even pay to have this repaired or just swap out his armor. That's probably what we'll have to do. And then the leather neck guard we can put on one of the assassin's robes. Or even a stitched nomad armor. Oh, one moment, I'm receiving a phone call. Be right back. Okay, I am back. So yeah, let's go ahead and get the leather neck guard on something. I might even put it on like this, the stitched nomad armor. I think that's a good idea. And I think let's just stock up on food. Let's see, so this injured shoulder is gonna take a while to heal. What's the other untreated wound that we've got? I think that might be it actually. So let's just buy a ton of food and then go out adventuring. This run has some fashionable bros. It sure does. It sure does. We got some good looking dudes here. We're kitted out, we're looking good. I mean, you look at a helmet like this and you say, damn, he's looking good. So another thing that I could do is I could actually pay to have this armor repaired. I'm gonna be dodging fights at least a little bit while stuff fixes up. While we're traveling, at least at first. So there will be some time because we need to heal up hit points too. But these backup armors are still fixing up. It's gonna be a little bit expensive. It's not great value. But I think it's not such a bad deal. Like, it's fine. Whatever, we'll just pay to have these repaired. I think it'll be fine. And we do have another retinue slot. Hey, hey. Let's see. So, oh yeah, currently I don't pay anyone. But we are going to have wages that we're paying soon-ish. We could get the surgeon to keep the squad healthy. And also, the injuries that we do have will heal faster. Like, there's sort of some short-term benefit here to taking the surgeon, as well as the long-term benefit of, like, you know, not permanently losing any bros, which is super tempting. Very weird for me not to have the lookout at this point in a run. But I still might just get the surgeon. It'll put us at like 3,500 ish, 3,400 in the bank. So we'll need to make some money at some point just to pay wages. But obviously that'll come soon enough. And, you know, we've got the bounty hunter, so all we gotta do is just fight and beat a couple champions. Let's get the surgeon. What the hell? All right. Completed another oath. And then we'll have to see what is in store for us next. Oh, right. Actually, I'm gonna go back. Howdy, y'all. How goes it? We just complete the oath of sacrifice, where nobody was collecting any wages, but our injuries wouldn't heal. So that one just completed. I think it's called sacrifice. Something like that. So we'll have a big question to ask ourselves when the next oath comes up. You know, my big plans of going on a deep adventure through the wilderness could get cut short if we don't have an oath that is a good option for us to take. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Are the oath bonused just while you're doing the oath or permanent? They're just while you're doing the oath. So they are not a permanent thing. Oh, oops. No, let's just do that. Okay, quick little easy group of briggies to make the squad, you know, boost resolve, boost morale, make them feel powerful. We're just picking on some nerds that, you know, we were more than sufficient to defeat. All right, and we got our very first level 11, the Chaucer. Okay, so before I do his stats, we've got a choice. Final perk could be bags and belts, which I often do. Made it just in time? Indeed, indeed. But I think the Chaucer is good enough offensively that actually we probably don't need to. And it might not be terrible just to give him Fearsome. He'll only get 1 proc per battle, which I said previously was where I think, all right, that's not good enough value. He'll be doing it at a incredibly massive, you know, penalty to the enemy. Is that a famed Bardiche? No, it's just a regular old Bardiche that was dropped by some mercs that we just slayed. I wish it were famed. So other options that are worth considering. Dodge isn't terrible. Despite the fact that our range defense is literally negative, I don't hate anticipation since goblins have a propensity to attack in or around your banner. And so he definitely won't get, well, it will always be at least plus 10 range defense, and in the Chaucer's case, it would be at most 10 range defense. Not terrible, actually. Given that his current range defense is negative, that could be what he needs to, you know, stay safe against goblins. But he can also just kind of be a pincushion and it'll be okay. At least most of the time. One plus negative 0.8 per tile. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, you know. It will always give at least 10 range defense if the calculation comes out to some value less than 10. Like, for example, you know, -6. Or he uses a kite shield to protect against goblins. True. That's actually a reasonable option. Is when we fight goblins to keep a pocket kite shield. That's actually a really good idea. Like a really good idea. Choppy Cat. I like that. We don't have one at the moment, but it's a great idea. We could give him the famed one. Hey, Bajante. Oh, hey, Mango. Yeah, you're a good boy. Why are you staring at me? Why are we standing up? So what, will it be good old Bags? I don't know. I mean, I think his melee skill is high enough, and I think it's worth trying to always make sure he gets attacks in. So I think actually I might do Fearsome. It is pretty low value on him, given he'll only get 1 attack per round, but it'll be at a huge malice to the enemy's resolve because of the, you know, penalty that it applies. I think let's do it. How many famed items are you already up to? Not that many. We're looking at 1, 2, 3? Yeah, just 3. Just 3. You got a named item? You do! You've got the Ominous Gasher. It's not that good. It's okay. The effectiveness against armor being boosted is kind of handy for a polearm to have. So, I don't hate it. It's I'm happy I've got it, but it's not too exciting. And your save scum saved, you're up to 5, clear better than 30. I mean, better or luckier, or both. Oh boy. All right, so This is the evil artifact. Interesting. So if you choose I want to know what's going on, a battle against Ancient Dead will start. We're a little scuffed, and it can be a pretty tough fight. We'll have to be careful with the bros that are hurt, but we should be okay. All right, so it's mostly Ancient Honor Guard. Interesting. So I'm gonna let them approach, and what we'll probably do is just choose a direction to send everyone, and then we'll just sort of blast through, and then we'll let them come to us after that. Okay, so they've all moved. I kind of feel like moving down is gonna be best. I don't love putting Bijante in a potentially dangerous position, but I think it'll probably be fine. I'll have Leonard just pop a tiny bit of armor off, I guess. Bad attack to miss. Does Xerxes have? He does. Alright. Would be nice to finally lose those injuries. My god, wouldn't it? It would be very nice to finally lose these injuries. I guess I should have just moved here to begin with, but that's fine. Let's move here for surround bonus purposes. Not an attack I wanted to miss. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so this Crypt Cleaver, if we just stay right where we're at, he'll move and then we can attack next turn. We are, Mortimer Drock is comically slow though. 0 initiative, so they're actually faster than him. It is not yet day 100, so they don't have Polearm Mastery. Actually, Ancient Honor Guard... No, I don't think they have it either. So maybe I just stay right here. Or move like here. I mean, that works too. Let's do pre-day 100 library then. I mean, maybe. Maybe. It's an option. Pre-day 100 library isn't such an unreasonable thing to do. It really isn't. Put it in the maybe pile. Yeah, one of the best locations to do before day 100. Yeah, yep. I agree with that. So let's say, I don't want to put Vigilante in too dangerous of a position. Given that his armor's a bit scuffed. It's probably safe to put him here against this Ancient Honor Guard. I think this one's fine. This little guy with, you know, the regular sword. Vigilante needs a beard with that helmet. Yeah, he kind of does. He does kind of look like a little neck beardy right now, doesn't he? I guess I did put that war dog there, huh? Alright, we'll put manifest. No, we won't. I think we'll just attack. Yeah, they're going for the banner, as they often do. I'd like to get some overwhelm stacks on him and attack with final overdrive. I probably am safe to move here with him. Okay. Just one little skeleton left. is quite overwhelmed. So he is likely to miss. Alright, they're going for distance. They're going for speed. And we did get this ancient plated scale hauberk, which, you know, in a pinch, we can toss on a bro. So, if we choose we have to destroy it, then we can't complete the contract. But if we're paid to deliver it, that's what we'll do. According to the wiki, we get it either way. I feel like for some reason that's not true, actually. But, because I want to say I chose this option once and I didn't get it. But maybe my inventory was full? I'm not sure. Alright, so as far as backup armors are concerned, I think a ancient plated scale hauberk is going to be better than this light scale armor to keep around. Bertold the mule looks like an idiot right now. Edit the wiki if it's wrong. So, for some reason, the wiki is... I haven't tried it in a while, but for some reason I felt like when I went to edit it previously, I was unable to do so, and I'm not sure why that is. Because it's wrong about the scoring formula for the Hedge Knight versus Hedge Knight event. It's much more likely than the event says. I checked the game's code, actually. Alright, so Nixlarf's here. He's going to complete our Fencer build with reach advantage. Of all things. A wacky wild choice, but it's the one that I think is right. And we've got a choice here between 4 hit points and 5 initiative. Either one is good. Let's just take the initiative. It is kind of I don't know what word I want to use exactly. There's an imagined idea that for Nimble Bros you want high hit points and for Forge Bros you don't need as high hit points, but it's actually kind of the opposite because of the nature of damage calculations and the fact that the Nimble armors themselves are more fragile. Nimble armors get destroyed before the hit points get hit, and the extra hit points don't contribute as much to their survivability compared to Forge Bros, who need a lot of hit points underneath their armor so that they don't just die while their armor is still intact. So I'm okay with my Nimble Bros, generally speaking, having a bit less hit points. We're probably still going to pick up hit points as our secondary stat for veteran levels. Probably. We'll see. But oh my goodness. Fandom wikis have weird edit policies, if you recall correctly. Yeah, and it is a fandom wiki. Okay. I thought we had one more oath before this happened. I thought it was 7. I think we've done 6, because it's not day 70 yet. Son of a biscuit. Had I known this was coming right away, I would have equipped some nets. So, Nixlarfs and the Chaucer are our starting starting Oathbringers. They've got Rondell daggers on them right now. And then Bijante is injured right now, right? And so is Gisselhair. And he's a bit less useful in this fight. So I'm gonna choose Nixlarfs, the Chaucer, and Bijante, I suppose. Nixlarfs. Oh, and I guess I could pick Blackfire then. Or Igladub even. And let's do the Chaucer. And, oh, now we don't have the option of Blackfire. Manifest Destiny's Child, also a good choice. Though I think currently has a mallet, which is kind of a bad weapon. Because probably what I'll do is I'll take out one with weapons, regular old weapons, and then finish off the other with daggers. Depending on their loadout. Final Overdrive would be interesting to bring because he does have Dagger Mastery. Does he have a dagger equipped right now? I don't remember. He's got a Katal. I think I'd like to have one heavy armor enemy, or one heavy armor bro in the fight. So I'm going to choose Manifest Destiny's Child because I want to have one. Yeah, okay. Well then. Yeah, so we want these armors. All right, so let's take a look. Yeah, so we've got the Rondell here, and just a regular pointy dagger here. Slightly damaged armor. I love how Nixlarfs and the Chaucer start confident. Manifest Destiny's Child. Wavering. Two big bonkin' maces. Ooh, that's spooky. So I definitely want to take some high ground. The way they're arranged right now is terrible. Yeah, head for the high ground, exactly. So we've got high ground here. There's also the single hex of high ground here. With this high ground, they'll be able to get on it with me. With this high ground, they won't. So I guess I head for here. It's also a little bit easier for us to actually like form up together. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna run to this single point of high ground, which feels a little, feels bad. Just a little though. Not seeing any other high ground. There's that spot there. Yeah, I guess I'll take this one single hex of high ground. So if I put Manifest Destiny's Child on this hex, then God, the Chaucer's armor is pretty scuffed. We have to make sure he doesn't make melee contact with the enemy. Nixlarf's kinda can. Manifest Destiny's Child definitely can. Yeah, I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move the Chaucer here. Nixlarf's here. Manifest Destiny's Child on the high ground. They'll still have to move directly into melee next turn, which they will do. If one of them occupies this Hex of Death to desperately be in contact with the banner, I think that should be fine. The maces aren't such a good weapon against nimble armors. They are pretty good against poor Manifest Destiny's Child here. Luckily, we do have 9 lives. So, we're going to rally and go here. Do I pull out this weapon now? So that I can reposition? Am I likely to want to reposition? Unlikely. I think I'd rather make sure I don't inadvertently take a resolve check. Does Chaucer have 9 lives? He does. He does have 9 lives. Everyone on this battlefield currently has 9 lives. Never leave home without it, as they say. There, so one was desperate to take this spot, as I kind of suspected. So I almost want to attack with the regular weapon. The Ominous Gasher has additional chance to hit head. We don't want to hit his head. We just want to hit him in the body. Okay. Now we have a choice. How greedy are we? And how greedy can we be? These are really good armors. Very. And a lot. Yeah, I was gonna say, which part of the question are you answering? But very worked either way, right? We can take 3 hits from this mace before the Chaucer falls. That's actually quite a bit. Everyone's confident now. We're gonna have a really good hit chance against everyone. We've got Rondell daggers. I can attack here with 70% chance to hit. We do have Fearsome, right? That is what we grabbed, yeah. Damn it. They do have Lone Wolf, though. That was unexpected. That's a perk I didn't expect to see on them. I could put the dog down for additional surround bonus. Do they have Underdog? They don't. So I could put a dog down. I'm not worried about the dog destroying the armor. We can still hold the banner. Missing the 275% chances is very bad. Okay. We've got 2 more hits we can take. Even if we pull out the dagger now, we can't hit. So there's no need. Oh, no, no, not everyone. No one's dead. We're just, dueling. Dueling some Oathbringers. Okay, 9 lives procced. But no problem. We got his adorned heavy mail hauberk, an adorned closed flat top, and 2 two-handed flanged maces. And death to the Oathbringers. We gain young Anselm's skull and jawbone. So our banner item that was 7 resolve now goes up to 9? 10? I need a drink after that one. See, everything's fine. We're all fine here. Everything's A-okay. Nothing to worry about. All right. So we gained a couple really nice items. Here, let's fix up a different helmet here. All right. Never worried. Yeah, never worried. A real baptism in blood for the banner, for sure. For sure. All right, so this adorned heavy hauberk, we're gonna equip. And who's got the worst armor at the moment? It's either Manifest Destiny's Child or Blackfire. I guess Manifest Destiny's Child is probably the worst. It's even a little bit scuffed. I think it's fine to just put that there. We can retire this 170 armor. We'll keep 2 forged armors in backup. Equipped on some bros. And keep this as a backup forged helmet. Nope, not even just a backup. Actually, one that we're going to equip on our tank. Oh, and we can equip this on him too. He can't even shield wall. We do want a little more fatigue so that he can actually move across the battlefield like a little bit. So we'll just take off his weapon. Problem solved. Cool. What day is it? 66. Man, so that's after 6 oaths. For some reason in my head it was 7. And that was a surprising battle that I wasn't ready for in that exact moment. Otherwise, we would have had nets on the ready. We would have been a bit more prepared. Still, we did get one of the 2 armors, and we were faced with like the scariest lineup possible. 2 two-handed flanged maces. I feel like that's the scariest it gets, honestly. Cool. Well, this is great. We'll have to be pretty careful with the Chaucer for a bit here. He's got the bruised leg and the sprained ankle. Luckily we've got the surgeon so that he can fix him up real quick, because we can't take fights that we have to run from because the Chaucer can only move 2 hexes per turn. So any fights where we need to run are a problem. Yeah, the wiki says since each oath takes 10 days, effectively this event cannot trigger before day 70. See, I got that information from the wiki instead of looking through the code because I just sort of assumed it was correct there. It is obviously not. So, yeah. I kind of feel like I would love to see, and I'm not going to spearhead it because, well, I'm just not going to. I'd love to transition the wiki to a different platform, much like a lot of other communities have done. Like Baldur's Gate 3 did it, I think like Minecraft did it. Away from the fandom ones, because they're not great. Who more suited for spearheading than Sledge? I mean, true. It does have spear in the title. How could it possibly be incorrect for me? Alright, we'll equip a couple throwing axes on the throwers for this plethora of ancient legionaries. And we're gonna do the classic, back up 2 hexes, as we so often do in this very specific fight. We are going to rally though. Oh no, we're not. The Chaucer can't move like that. What's his initiative? -4. Shit. I forgot about his injuries. Oh my god, I was just talking about that. Alright. We have to adjust. They're faster than him. We can't let them get in melee contact with him. We're gonna take some damage this fight that we otherwise wouldn't have. Annoying. God. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna charge, but we're gonna charge only kind of. Actually, Bijante can't. Huh. Suddenly I find myself in a situation where I've got to be a lot more careful in this fight than I was ready to have to be. So these guys can wait. Definitely moving Gisselhair forward. And so I feel like if I only let one enemy be in contact with him, that's fine. Like exactly 1. I think that is fine. So move here and just end turn. Dog is under my legs now. So then if we move here, we can still wait to be ready to attack. Bijante doesn't need to go forward. Blackfire probably should. So we've got 1 hex exposed. I think that's okay. We should be able to take care of any enemies that, you know, this specific guy is a target. Oh, come on. Manifest Destiny's Child, you got new armor. You gotta be more confident than that, buddy. See, Mortimer Drock? He knows what's up. can just end turn there. A great example where rotation is good. I mean, rotation bailing you out for your mistakes. It's a thing. Okay. Let's put the dog down to fill in that hole. And now the Chaucer can back up. Can and will. In fact. And sorry, doggy. You got caught in the line of fire. Oh, for some reason I thought I looked at this guy's turn and thought he was faster. Oh well. Okay, we still have 9 lives that we can proc on the Chaucer, so I'm actually going to leave him where he is. Despite how dangerous it might seem, he cannot die next turn. There it is, 9 lives proc. So we will need to back up this turn, so we can still attack and move. Oh, now we don't need to move. If there were a surprise Necro that appeared and teleported behind me, he deserved that kill. +1 hit points. Yeah, that's right. We benefited from that. Positive exchange. Okay. Hey, 420 crowns for that fight. Somehow that seems perfectly appropriate. The Chaucer has gone through another nimble armor. How many will remain at this rate? To be determined, I guess. This isn't as efficient of a set. It's still fine, but okay. We continue on. The overgrown stronghold. So what if this is goblins? Poor guy deserves a vacation. He does deserve a vacation. That much is true. Is he gonna get a vacation? No. Because I'm the boss. And I tell him what he can and can't do. Yeah, injured foot alert to remind him. No kidding. Everyone else healed their injuries. So that's good at least. But yeah, injured foot. Injured foot, bruised leg. Injured foot, bruised leg. Lock it into memory. Let's visit this overgrown stronghold. If it's goblins, well, it's goblins. The Chaucer is going to retreat right at the beginning. Let the record state, officially. Well, we can rally here quick, and then back up. I'm glad that I see these wolf riders. They will, if given the opportunity, make a effort to get to your back line. So, yeah, Goblin Rider, flank of the year time. Yeah, that is a concern that we must keep in mind. My dog is beneath my feet. He made a weird sound. Champion, yeah. Drozub, Longnose. He's got a famed sword. And we want it. We want it because it's a famed sword. It's a famed item. It's a shiny. We always want the shinies. I'm a simple boy. I see shiny, I want shiny. A famed nose. Indeed. Could use a famed nose. I do have a fairly large one, personally. Luckily, that sword is going to be pretty terrible against armor. So even though Bijante's a little low on health, it'll be just fine. Alright, we'll hide in the grass over there. If you hear weird sounds, that's my dogs wrestling. They are weird. They're weird dogs. Especially Mango, the young pup. He's a goofball. If it rolls damage, is it on par with arming swords? Even better. I mean, if it rolls damage, it's going to be better than an arming sword. If it rolls damage, it can be like noble sword level or better. So we're hoping it rolls damage, and we're looking forward to what it could be. There is very real possibility that it's like a genuinely useful weapon for us. What kind of dogs are they? One of them is a Yorkie Poo, so a Yorkshire Terrier mixed with Poodle. And the other is a mutt. Half Shih Tzu, half other stuff. He's the real weird one. Boy, I am doing a lot of missing. I don't know if anyone else is noticing this. Good lord. Wow, that guy got away. I guess he only... I guess it was easier than I thought. All right, mango, bud, chill. Okay. We are having a hell of a time hitting this Drozub Longnose. I have to get some more people surrounding him and focused on him. Alright, and everyone's fleeing except for this champion. He can smell your moves from a mile away. Apparently so. There we go. Procced 9 lives on the first hit. Luckily, after this fight, we will have, or should have, some quivers, which we can give to our dude guy. Xerxes, who's got a warbow that we may as well make use of since we don't have the heavy throwing weapons yet. I think there's situations where it would be useful. All right, let's take a look at this item. It's honestly not bad, right? So if we were to compare this to a noble sword, actually I've got one that I can, I've got one, so I can show them side by side. Here's this. So let's put these next to each other. So the noble sword is 45 to 50, 20, and 85. This item is 42 to 54, 20, and 70. On average, it's a tiny bit higher base damage, less effectiveness against armor, which honestly is kind of irrelevant for this weapon, like borderline irrelevant. And the weapon skills build up less fatigue is, I wish it were higher, because that's actually like kind of a handy roll, especially on a sword where they're already light. So, you know, it would go from 10 to 9. And so with mastery, the noble sword goes from 10, and 75% of 10 is 7.5, which rounds up to 8. Whereas the razor sharp mercy here actually goes down to 7. So an option, like a legit option, not trolling, not joking, not whatever, is on a bro like Manifest Destiny's Child, I could take both duelist and sword mastery and have a fatigue neutral duelist. Yeah, weapon itself has 8 less fatigue too, just for equipping. Right, I didn't even point that part out, which is actually quite relevant. The noble sword has -8 fatigue just for holding it, whereas this has -2. So it'll be 6 less, you know, net. So anyway, I could make a duelist fatigue neutral, which is honestly fine. Like, that's actually kind of cool when you can do it. I feel like Manifest Destiny's Child would approve. He likes the weird jank. So, it is an option. And then you do the math on that duelist, fatigue neutral, and cry. In what math would we do? What crying would we do? What tears would spill? So one of the things I talked about maybe doing with Manifest Destiny's Child was either giving him Backstabber or a Flail to help his hit chance because his melee skill's a little bit low. Now, well, we've got an option. We can equip the Razor Sharp Mercy for a flat 10% additional chance to hit that swords just naturally have, at least the one-handed sword. So it's a legit, like, it's a legit option. I'm kind of tempted to do it just because I can. So, yeah, XJI7 gives it a +1. It is a sort of purpose-built weapon, right? Is that attack with Duelist and Sword Mastery going to be effective against Orc Warriors? No, not even a little. Is it going to be effective against Ancient Dead? Yes. Goblins? Definitely yes. Most human enemies? Yes. Unarmored orcs? Yes. What else? I don't know. Other enemies that don't matter as much, it'll still be effective. Basically, it's just orcs. Got to see how it looks on him? Fair. All right, let's put him over to the side. Eliminate distractions. I mean, if you look at it, the hilt of the sword, despite being a slightly more saturated color, is like kind of the same hue as that half of his armor. So it don't look bad. I think that's got some drip. I mean, I think that looks pretty nice for what it's worth. I'm into it. The other thing that is an option is if we get just a little bit of spare fatigue on particular turns with a second wind potion, we'll be able to riposte. Just throwing that out there. He's got insane melee defense. I'm convinced. I'm already convinced. I was convinced like as soon as I proposed the idea. Let's be real. It's a little bit janky, but it's not unreasonable, and it's fun. It's happening. So we've got this extra two-handed flanged mace. We can put one of these on one of our fencers as a backup weapon. Let's put it on Nixlarfs. It's time for the Lone Wolf riposte tank. Unlikely, but we'll see. We will, if we do a second wind potion, the riposte will get down to a point where we could spam it every turn after mastery. So, anyway. Hey, little guy. You want to hop on up again? Right, hop on up. All right, on this level up, we've got a decision. But maybe underdog and give him the flank position. Yeah. I mean, we're definitely going to give him underdog. Actually, let's take a moment to think about the remaining perks because he's got a lot of weird stuff going on with Brawny and whatever. So we've got 3 additional perks. We basically have to take underdog, we have to take Battle Forge, and we have to take Sword Mastery. I think those are 3 required perks for this build to function fully. So he's not going to have fearsome, which is a little awkward with a weapon like this, but that's fine. But it's, yeah, I would say underdog is like required, because he's still going to be like a fatigue neutral, right? We're going to put him into dangerous positions and let him stand there. Battle Forge is going to be necessary because he's going to get good value out of it as we get better armors. Actually, even right now, he's going to get really good value out of Battle Forge with what we've got already. And then Sword Mastery to make like the sword function with fatigue neutral. So we're actually already locked in to our next 3 perks. So now to decide this level up, unfortunately can't do hit points here. Can do either resolve or initiative, actually, because he's got dodge, and so that's 0.75 of a melee defense. I think the +5 resolve is going to be more value, especially since we're not going to be able to take Fortified Mind. So since Fortified Mind won't fit. The other nice thing too is that if we find a famed shield, I can justify putting a pocket shield on him in case we hit an emergent situation. He can pull that out. And in fact, I probably will just keep this heater in his pocket, even already, just in case. Cool. This is fun. We're cooking. Oh man, this is the perfect opportunity. Lethargy Chef emote. We're cooking up something good? Question mark? To be determined. So we are going to need 84 tools and supplies to fix up the armors that are scuffed. Oh, and actually, we could give him heavier armor now. Yeah, let's do that. We have a lot of hit points to heal up. We've got some injuries that desperately need to be fixed. We've got an inventory full of stuff. I think, let's return back to Himmelstadt, turn in the, Crystal Skull nonsense, and purchase some tools. Clean out the inventory, give the team a little chance to maybe heal up a bit. Seems like a good idea. Aha, right. I kind of forgot about that. We're gonna have an oath, right? All right. First one, Oath of Endurance. Your men recover +3 fatigue per turn, but you can only take 10 men into battle. Only being able to take 10 men into battle is like terrible, actually. So this one sort of sucks. It's just a big, big downside for not much upside, especially with the fatigue neutrals already online. I mean, I guess they would be the ones to sit out. I don't know. For far too long have greenskins plagued our lands. Let us take an oath of vengeance and strike back at this menace. Okay. Interesting. We know that there's tons of greenskin land to the west. This would be great to take and then just make those big sweeping journeys through the wilderness. I'm kind of into that. Like, I'm definitely into that. This is very likely the one we're going to take. But let's look at the next one. Oh, interesting. Oath of Camaraderie. You can take 14 men into battle, but your men always start randomly at wavering or breaking. So right now we really only have 12 real frontliners. We do need / want a couple other bros to have as backups, either to rotate in or to have in case, you know, someone were to unfortunately fall and get an injury that's, you know, where we can't keep them long term. So this is definitely the one. And as XGI7 is so eloquently put it, famed item farming oath. Hell yeah, that is exactly what it is. Let's do it. We could stop by Zugfest before going to Himmelstadt. It'll be fine to go after. And at midday, we can check if our injury's healed. One of them did. So we still got the sprained ankle, but the bruised leg went away. That's good. Oh, and Xerxes gets a quiver. I was so fixated on my weird famed item duelist fatigue neutral that I forgot. No Oathtakers for sale. This is going to heal by tomorrow anyway, so we don't need to fix it up. Let's take a look at the tavern rumors. Hideout of the Insane Master. We do know that exists because there was the contract to find it. Okay. Can buy a couple leather neck guards to put on the nimble armors. Kind of don't hate that. Well, what was it? Leather shoulder guard and leather neck guard. Okay, whatever. The barber, I believe there was a, let's see. All right, let's give Bajante a beard. And if we're not just gonna do any beard, hell yeah, something like that. Ooh, or that. No, let's do this thing. Boom, making that. Now we're making that helmet look good. Look at that. That's so much better. All right, that was important. All right, we're gonna sell stuff here. What's my backup armor situation? Is weird, but it's okay. I think we've got enough of them. Do we want to keep the decayed flat top with closed mail? I think I do, actually. Hang on to the nasal helmet. It's like one extra nimble helmet that I think we want to keep, actually. Okay. Don't think we need any of this stuff. Ancient Tower Shield. Could be the backup weapon on Manifest Destiny's Child. Could also be something that we keep for goblins. I think the Kite Shield, we'll hang out. We'll hang on for the moment and wait for a Kite Shield. One will find its way to us soon enough. Definitely gonna buy these tools. Got plenty of food, we don't need to buy any of that. And there was a mission to deliver something to Fuchsburg. That might be worth doing, actually. We can stop by these towns quick, go to Fuchsburg, and then from Fuchsburg, make our journey out to the wilds. Let's see, what's this contract? To fight orcs? We like fighting orcs. Destroy ruins of Old West. Ruins of Old, west of Ninride. We'll just do it on our own terms. We don't need it to be part of a contract. So we do need to buy a little bit more tools, so we are going to need to stop by one more place anyway. Let's move everyone just a skosh. Over just a skosh. Okay. If we stop by Zugfest, we could buy the dyes. Guess we may as well. And what was in Kargau? Like nothing? Okay. All right, we'll accept this contract actually, just to kind of do something. We'll make our way that way anyway, right? So. And it'll give us just you know, one more day to heal that last injury, fix up this armor, buy a little more tools, and then make our journey out westward. Okay. Not much for tavern rumors here. Oh, I didn't, shit. I didn't buy the, I forgot. The armor attachments. I was gonna buy the armor attachments, and I didn't. I mean, it'll be fine, but still. I would have liked to... Oh well, whatever. Actually, speaking of armors, these are fixed up enough. Let's see. Those are all looking good. Put this on Eagledub. And then Xerxes can wear this. Yeah, let's put this on the Chaucer. Okay. Yeah, this setup will work. We do at some point want to head north for the barbarian throwing weapons too, just as a random aside, and to find the icy cave, but that'll happen soon enough. Fun etymology fact, skosh comes from the Japanese word sukoshi of the same meaning. Made it into English during World War II. Ah, that is interesting. That's kind of a cool, it's a good word. I'm surprised that a Japanese word made it into the English language during World War II instead of maybe afterwards, but you know. Okay, so let's make a journey out west. We gotta fight some orcs and goblins. Strike while the iron is hot. We've got an Oath of Vengeance, plus 15 resolve, plus 10 melee and range skill, and plus 5 melee and range defense. Hell yeah. Let's go fight some orcs and goblins. Buy a little ammo. We're actually gonna buy all this food, and we're gonna make a big, long journey out west. First things first, we'll travel through this little bit of fog. And is there some way I can... Just a random tiny optimization of sorts. Fit stuff into the inventory a little bit cleaner. Okay. Also, you know what word is fun? which is maybe a bit ironic given that it is a word about words. Etymology. That's a good word. We'll take an easy fight against wiedergangers. We will have to kind of keep in mind this Oath of Vengeance for some fights, right? Bonk is the most fun word. Live, laugh, bonk, after all, as they say. Spelled bonk. And you're back, stupid word calls. Did you heal? You did! You're in good shape. You have fully healed up. No more injuries. Yeah, stupid work calls. Work calls, the worst. You know what word is also fun? Entomology, which is like the study of insects, I think. Might be. The study of Tolkien's Ents. Maybe those are secretly insects. Very satisfying. Sounds like being a software engineer. Being a software engineer is pretty cool. Making software, making it work, making it do stuff. Studying bugs. Indeed. There's the original computer bug, by the way, was a literal bug that had made its way into the vacuum tubes. A physical bug that caused a program to not work by just not letting a transistor flip. That's a fun fact. I think it was a moth. But maybe it was a different bug. I don't remember. But the original bug was a bug. That was your great aunt, by the way, that found the bug? The bug? If so, that's really cool. The stone pillars. Look at this. A fight that we almost certainly won't do, but we do get a signet ring. Yeah, she's the one that found and named a bug, taped it to her journal. Dude, that is awesome. That's cool as hell. Yeah, so my alma mater, whatever, is Iowa State University, and they have a like sculpture of that moth bug outside the computer and electrical engineering building. that you can only see if you look from a certain angle. Okay, so suddenly, in our Oath of Vengeance, we are presented with an incredibly spicy fight. Some young, some warriors, or some berserkers, many warriors, and a warlord. It is in the forest. Not everyone has Pathfinder yet. So we'll only be able to retreat so far before we are caught up to. It's a pretty spicy fight for a team that's still developing. We're like close to being good for this fight. And with the current Oath of Vengeance, it makes it within the realm of reasonable. I think we're not quite there. Time for spears to shine. We have no spears. We got no spear bros, Sins. We got no spear bros. Not a one. The dice were unkind when rolling bros to give us suitable spear bros, and so we just didn't get one. I'm still tempted though. No spears or tanks seems risky. We have a tank, but he's like level 7 and not fully developed. Yeah, I don't think this is a fight we can take, unfortunately. We're not quite there. It being in the forest means that by retreating sort of to the edge, they'll sort of naturally filter into Berserkers, Young, Warriors, Warlord, because the Warriors have less AP and no Pathfinder, so they can only move 2 hexes in the forest. Though there are random like grass tiles that still find their way, where sometimes they'll still move 3 hexes. You know, often enough. They don't filter fully. But I think we're not quite there with this fight, unfortunately. You really think I can do it? Orcs are so lousy in the forest. They are. And we will, so if we were to take the fight, we would put Giselher in the back line just so that, his Pathfinder wouldn't be an issue. Or like give him 1, whatever, you know what I mean. You'd want 3 Indom or spear walls for this kind of fight. Yeah. We've got pretty good bros. We're just not quite, like, look, let's be real. Some of these bros, like, we still have a few like this hanging on. Beyond the fact that, like, we don't have much in the way of good, yeah, we can't take this, not quite. It's a little too big. I think a smaller Sea of Tents fight, still in the forest, we could do. I don't know, I'm still sort of tempted. We've got a decent amount of fearsome. We don't have much armor breaking. We've got the mace here, we've got the great axe, we've got the bardiche. We do have a man splitter we could give him instead of the bardiche. Some of these bros didn't pass kindergarten. Yeah, they're still young. They're young and fresh. It'll be way too easy without Indom for them to push to the back line and get on top of like Final Overdrive without good terrain. It'll be okay if they get on top of him. He can handle it pretty well, but he's one of the bros without footwork, or excuse me, without Pathfinder. And him getting into the right hex is pretty important. So we need that final perk. Yeah, I think we're not quite there on this. Even with the Oath of Vengeance, we're not quite there. But fear not. The spicy fights will be coming. They're still on their way. There's a lot of forest on this map, which does make finding camps as we explore a bit difficult. Okay. Oh man. Blackfire has asked for a pay cut. Great. I don't know what he was being paid before. Apparently not 40. That will save us, you know, what, 200 crowns over the course of the whole run? Boy, not having the lookout rearing its ugly head. By the way, Sins, the fight against the Oathbringers, the wiki is wrong. It says it takes 7 oaths to complete. It doesn't. It's only 6. And we took the fight when we weren't quite prepared for it. And it ended up fine, but we were only able to dagger down one of the armors. What did you pick over lookout? This is our current setup. Different number of oaths per difficulty? Okay, well. So we took the Surgeon as our 3rd when it became available because we had a bunch of injuries at the time from the Oath of Sacrifice that had just ended, and it's kind of a nice one to have anyway, so no lookout is a grief. Anyway, we found Black Monolith, so hooray for us. That's one of the things that can sometimes be an obstacle, is just whether you can find the damn thing. Boy, there is a lot of forest though. All right, let's take a peek on this mountain cliff here at the edge of this range. Ah. Okay, we got some orc hunters that originated from somewhere over here. Unclear. Well, let's head deeper to the west here. We got a lot of food. So let's get as far from civilization as possible, basically, right? We want those named items and we want them now. Give us the shinies. We want shiny armors, we want shiny weapons, we want shiny things. And we know that the orcs and goblins are hanging on to them. Contraband, really. Oh, hey, would you look at that? Rule Gazix, the Great Goblin City. What's the plan? Let's take on their forward posts. Now, after 5 outposts have been raised, we can fight the Goblin City. Is there a world in which we could do 5 Goblin camp fights in the next 7 days and get back to Goblin City? Maybe? We've actually got a really good, like, almost anti-goblin squad here. So that's, like, actually reasonable, even. So I'm gonna see if that's possible. We're gonna be hunting goblins specifically. 7 days of goblins. In fact, let's warm up. I'm being attacked. Excuse me? Put the dog down. Those goblins getting uppity? Exactly. Alright, so let's grab some high ground. If I go here, I'll have at least an option to move and shoot for next round. Going here and then shooting there. Oh no, he doesn't have... no, he won't. He'll have 2 AP. Keep forgetting he doesn't have Pathfinder yet. Damn it. At least I know that ahead of time, so I'm not disappointed when I'm not able to do it later. In fact, all that moving him did was turn other bros into pincushions instead of my guy with the kite shield. Oh well. Alright, so we'll need to make sure we don't what? Okay. Let's see. Can probably put a dog down. Is it not terribly unlikely probability that that dog just ends up dying? And now we get to play the game of where will we get rooted? Probably right here would be my guess. Good boy. I was right. That is where he decided to do his route. He was freed from his net and then put back in the net. So let's see. Shoot. Here we go. $95, and I missed? That's impossible. Okay, we'll get in a close position to being able to do a big old gun blast next turn. Haha! Got him with a split. Post about rigged RNG on Steam forums then? I should. It's obviously true that since I missed, that the game is rigged. That's just the way it is. If it was really a 95% chance to hit, shouldn't I have hit that attack? Right? Like, that doesn't seem like a real 95%. Like, if we're gonna round up and we should, then I hit him. And since I didn't, the game is rigged. Pretty sure everything I just said is correct. And by pretty sure, I mean definitely sure. Wow, they're still even gonna shoot their guns instead of just running away. Very brave little goblins. I would run. That guy, see? That little goblin, he knows what's going on. And you were due for a hit too? Exactly. I had just been neglected by the random number generator. And so it just seems like it's too much of a coincidence for me to miss there after I was, you know, due for a hit. Everyone knows that, you know, let's say I'm rolling, you know, flipping a quarter, and I get a heads, you're due for a tails. So you should just expect tails the next flip. Obviously, that's how it works. All right, so we still didn't take much damage there, despite absolutely, you know, the rigged RNG notwithstanding, a very successful little fight. We got a cute little camp of berserkers. See, these camps, these like many orc berserkers, when you have spear bros, these are almost always just 0 damage taken, like with almost no exceptions. But now there's like a chance of an injury. Don't like it. Time for the warbow? Oh yeah. True. Though actually, you can't, because there's this net. And no quick hands. Which seems sus, actually, if we're being honest. But we're just gonna back up. We'll let them come to me. Filter in on my terms. Hello, Deep Space Cowboy. We unfortunately, I should update that command because we didn't end up doing the spear one at all. Just didn't get the proper bros for such a build, which is very much a shame. But unfortunately, it just wasn't what the game handed us. Thought I'd be good to swing at that 80 with the 85. Let it be noted that it would have ideally been time for the warbow. Indeed, it would have. It has been noted, and you are correct. Okay. We have an archer? Kind of. We have someone who currently has a bow in their pocket. So, and that's about as close to an archer as we're probably ever gonna get, so. Whew. Good. We do have the Oath of Vengeance after all. They're gonna have a hard time hitting us. Run them down. We've got an Oath of Vengeance. We can't let orcs and goblins and other such things run amok. Okay. Not much for rewards, but we take it. We don't have an oath at the moment. We do. We have the Oath of Vengeance, which is making us extra effective against orcs and goblins. And less effective against other enemies. So we're definitely out here for blood. We're out here to be fighting and fighting and fighting and taking on the orcs and goblins. Skrork the Fogwalker, who came from Wordlock Zoom. And then there's another camp right up there. Great, the Shattering Roar camp. All right, so let's take on this goblin camp. We'll kind of sweep down here for more and then come back up for that one. There's other enemies? Exactly, that's the spirit. When there's orcs and goblins to be slayed, it is our duty to slay them. Pretty sure that's true. Oh, I suppose because I need to move. Just thinking that obviously in some of their cases, this guy, he only could attack there, but these two may have to move how I have people arranged. Enemies consider the thrower and gunner to be the same range threat level once they've got sufficient range skill. They're because they don't have the super long ranged weapons, they're not considered as high in their AI prioritization, I guess. Okay. Protect me, Gisselhair. The extra range defense is super clutch here from the Oath. So I actually might leave this hex open for the gunner to stand. And I could just step back and then wait, be able to move forward next turn. Or I could go here. I think this is going to be better. Yeah, let's let the kite shield do as the kite shield does. You know? When life hands you kite shields, you go into ranged fire. Pretty sure that's how that saying goes. A bold move. This extra hit chance, though, is lovely. That's for sure. Loving it. If this were a McDonald's commercial, I'd be singing that obnoxious jingle. I can probably put a dog down. It can only go to, yeah, I'll say hexes that are fine. We've got a nice little gun blast here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Get out of here, Mr. Goblin Overseer. Get out. What are you doing, Mango? My dog's sniffing around like a weirdo. He's a very weird dog. We've got one normal and sweet dog, and then we've got one very weird and sweet dog. All right. Ooh, oh, a 2-for-1 special. We've got a medium armor that is fine-ish. The sellsword's armor of the Scorpion King. It's okay. And then Sir Lancel's Pecker, which is a holy shit hammer. What the hell? Oh my god. Whoa. Sir Lancel. Okay. This is a wildly good hammer. Wow. So the max possible damage roll it could have had would be 39 to 52. This is pretty close to that. And we got a really good ignore armor roll too. Pseudo puncture hammer with duelist, no kidding. Good god. Destroys armor and what's beneath it too. Wow, okay. I'll have to take a moment to think about how we can even use that with the current bros and what we've got. And then as far as our medium armor is concerned, the black and gold, it's a low roll on the durability, which is kind of a whatever. We mostly care about the fatigue for this kind of armor. We would like it to be nice and low. We got minus 19. So light padding replacement from 19. It does at least round favorably and would go down to 15, which makes it, I think, okay. We could maybe give that, for example, to, well, probably not, well, maybe Final Overdrive, but we could give it to one of our fencers alongside like a super light helmet. It would be okay. I don't know. Even then, this one's going to be hard to make use of. If anything, it's almost closer to like being a backup heavy armor-ish. You find Hammer Bros tricky to use. It's a weapon to set up kills, not necessarily a killer. In general, I agree with you. This thing, though, is a killer. So Leonard, if we took Hammer Mastery, no, still not true. Yeah, the fatigue cost is just very high for it to swing. Who could I give this to? I mean, it's so good. I do feel kind of obligated to use it. The fatigue neutrals, obviously no one's doing it. That's just untenable. It would have to be a nimble damage bro. I mean, an option would be, well, no, I don't know. I'm trying to work out the best way to make use of this with the bros that we currently have. It actually would probably be Leonard. And so it would just be a sidearm. What a hell of a sidearm. But the thing is like, so sidearms for hybrids, usually you want those to be able to beat the things that the hybrid's going to be fighting in melee, which is mostly limited to orc warriors or orcs. I mean, just generally. And necro savants. You can, and sometimes will, fight other enemies. Especially if you've got, you know, kind of a good reason to be able to do so. And so the reason I'm looking at the hybrids is like, they're the ones that are going to have duelist anyway. And so they're at least part of the way there. a lot of times a hammer is not best suited to be a duelist weapon. In this particular instance, though, it kind of is. Whoa. A weird potential option for a bro like Leonard would be... No, I just don't like that. I'm not sure. I was gonna say I could do a build where so we have 6 perks left. So let's say we took like Pathfinder, Quick Hands, Nimble. What if it was like Shield Expert? Hammer Mastery. No, I don't know. So the hammer, the difficulty in building any hammer bro is just the insane fatigue cost to swing it. 14. That's insane. Just insane. And so after mastery, it goes to 11, which makes it a lot better. So on a bro like Leonard, who has Iron Lungs with this insane weapon, if we took 12 after mastery, if you recall correctly. Oh yeah, no, it would be 12, right? Because it rounds, yes. No, you're right, it's 12. It's 12. Yeah, it's 12, it's 12. No, it's 11, right? Because it's 14. 25% less fatigue. Should be 11. Pretty sure. Yeah, it goes to 11. It's 11. So anyway, on a bro with Iron Lungs, in the very difficult fights, we can use a second wind potion, and then he can attack twice every turn. So, yeah, it should be 11. Anyway, so that's like an option, right? But the other thing that's interesting is how bad, as a hypothetical, how bad is throwing mastery without duelist, specifically getting close to enemies that are, and trying to target down those with low or no armor? How useless is the throwing weapon at that point relative to if you had duelist? Is the answer really high? Kind of think it is. Because what I'm thinking too is that like one of the things about the hammer is it's really nice hammer plus shield. Normally, I guess with this, it's just an exception. You take duelist with this. Especially with the huge armor ignore already. And just the damage boost from double grip is pretty insane. I think we actually can use this, and we can use it here. And you know what, screw it, let's give him the shiny armor too. Oops, what did I just put on? Oh, a quiver. Mango, Mango! Mango, you're being very loud. And Susie doesn't like it when you jump on her and bite her ears. Why not duelist instead of shield mastery? Yeah, I think that's what we will do. I was just thinking of just generally how well the Warhammer pairs with a shield relative to like any other one-handed weapon because of the guaranteed hit point damage. I think it would be more relevant if the rolls on this were effectiveness against armor plus damage instead of ignores armor plus damage. So yeah, I think what he's gonna end up taking duelist and all the, you know, the throwing mastery fixins, and we're gonna grab hammer mastery, and he'll be something. He'll be able to absolutely demolish most enemies. Hate getting named items later in the run causes a lot of stress. It does. I kind of love this stress though. I kind of love building a team that is both flexible enough to handle whatever weird named items you get, but also, you know, finding a home for them. That's also why, you know, if you'll notice, a lot of times my fatigue neutrals, unless I have a particular weapon that I want to use in the short term because I have it available and it's really good or whatever, or if like I have Katalbros, so I want to use maces, or, you know, I've got free perks, so maybe I'm more inclined to use Axe Mastery because I can use Fearsome a little better, you know, things like that. You'll notice that my fatigue neutrals, I tend to do a spattering of different weapon masteries, and part of the reason I do it is because a lot of the big bonkin heavy two-handed weapons are pretty similar in their effectiveness against most enemies, and then I'm open to the different famed items that I might find that I can just put on a bro that I've already got. Yeah, hit points bonus sounds like double grip will help too. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just an insane weapon. 37 to 49 damage. You know, I was just talking about how I liked this weapon, which is like, you know, a sword. And this has way better damage, ignores armor, and the damage is not that much lower. Wild. Okay, very excited. That's a great item, and yeah. I guess a weird option for him too would be, what if what if he took neither nimble nor forged? That would be stupid. Yeah, that would be stupid. Mango, bud, stop. Mango, you just hit my guitar. You can't fling things and hit the guitar, bud. Oh my goodness. I got my blanket wrapped around the wheel of the chair. All right. Does that bro need a name? I think he does. I think he does. Deep Space Cowboy. Pretty sure. He doesn't need a name anymore. Our optimistic Iron Lungs hybrid sellsword with a big hammer. Cool. All right. Now that we've figured out where the items are going to go. All right. Bijante, one of our fatigue neutrals, really doesn't have a need for either of these two secondary stats. And they rolled a +2. So I'm gonna grab the +1 here. So candidates for the next level are basically between Fort Mine and Battleforge. I think let's go ahead and grab Battleforge. Hey, you're welcome. Welcome to the squad. Yeah, let's go Battleforge here. And then Mortimer Drock. just gonna keep rolling like a Chad. Has 2 perk points remaining. So one option with Mortimer Drock would be if I were to rearrange the squad like this, I could totally give him anticipation. And have a secondary arrow screener in heavy armor this time. So now, goblins, when they attack, will have another target in addition to just the kite shield. Somewhat low value, but most of our decisions here are going to be somewhat low value. But he's got the best range defense on the team. Yeah, even... yeah. Doesn't actually really need more hit points, so... if I'd have known I was going to do this, I actually maybe could have grabbed an opportunistic +4 in range defense. But yeah, I kind of don't hate anticipation here, actually. Legit. And we're going to get another perk after this, too. Which could pretty easily just be Backstabber. His melee skill's a tiny bit wanting. Yeah, let's grab anticipation. Let's make him one of our... Brow is another option too. I agree, Brow is another option. I might do Brow next level. Helps prevent injuries when we're fighting against Chosen and Orcs. He has such a absolute monstrous hit point pile that actually does make Brow a bit better, because he's going to be hit more before he falls. High Resolve Fearsome is good here. I agree, it's not bad. Generally speaking, I've really softened, but look, it's hard for me to evaluate how good Fearsome is. And I think it's really hard for anyone to really, like, it's hard to see the value of it, even though it's definitely there and it's definitely good. But I've kind of steered away from taking Fearsome on the fatigue neutrals that are attacking just once. And can only apply one Fearsome proc on their turn. I feel like that's a little bit low in value. It's still not bad, but realistically most of the perks that you choose as your final perks on a fatigue neutral are fairly low impact. So, but yeah, we'll grab anticipation, and I think I feel good about it. I might do Fearsome next level, but I might just do Backstabber to hit a little better. If he rolls a 3, maybe we just get Backstabber. We also have to consider, you know, he's a drunkard, so we really do like want to hit stuff. And so when he hits stuff, he makes it hurt real bad. Agree, but Fearsome is the best damage perk for Newt by far in your experience. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because I have so much Fearsome from other sources, I don't know. I guess the thing too to consider is when you're fighting against, you know, big orc camps, the win con often is fearsome. And in particular, when you are able to hit the warlord and bring the warlord down so that they can't fix the resolve of their allies, that's a huge part of it. And a fatigue neutral with a mace is a great bro to have in contact with that warlord. And so getting fearsome procs on them is important, because other weapons often can't do it because they don't even do enough damage. So it might end up being fearsome anyway. All right, Xerxes. Do I take the +2 in melee skill or the +4 hit points? Let's see. We know the perk's going to be duelist. That's just kind of a given. Let's put the net away. In case we're, you know, ready to do some war bowing. You never know. One-handed hammers always deal at least 10 damage. However, I don't think you'll be in a position for your hammer. Yeah. Well, and honestly, this hammer, I think it's pretty much always going to deal at least 10 damage. Against everything. No matter what. Like, I don't care how much armor they have. So yeah, let's think about the last perks for Xerxes. He's gonna have 4 left. If I chose a weapon mastery as one of them, like a melee weapon mastery, so if we did like Berserk, Killing Frenzy, Quick Hands in a weapon mastery, instead of doing bags and belts, he's probably got good enough melee skill that that's an option. Sure. All right. Let's keep searching out fancy, shiny items to take off these greenskins. Perfect. We got Zatox the Skinner is on a hill, has an overseer, no shaman, so I mean, I think we just go for it. I don't think we wait for nighttime. I do really want to try to get 5 goblin camps done and do Goblin City early on. I'm excited for the prospect. Look at that, anticipating the projectiles, making them miss. You love to see it. Oh. I'm like a little bit spooked to put Final Overdrive here. I don't know, I guess he's confident. He's got decent range defense, but he's got dodge. Still, don't love it. Brave to shove him in there. I think the brave or dumb. One or the other, or both. Oh, I see. I was like, is he not a Pathfinder? He's, yeah. I understand. I understand what's happening now. Let's see. I would expose Final Overdrive if I move up, but I would be able to get Overwhelm on these guys. And just a good attack, right? And they like to attack their clumps. They're gonna be attacking down here mostly. That was a little excessive there, don't you think, with the whipping? Did you ask for like consent? Are they into that? I don't think he even asked. What is the goblin's safe word? Do they have a safe word? I bet they don't. Man, unfortunately the Chaucer can't attack this turn. Which is very annoying. Love you some War Scythe chopping gobos. Oh, for sure. Sheks. That's definitely my favorite camp name in this game, for sure. Alright, let's free ally. Good. There we go. The safe word is not there. They're sending mixed messages. Built into their vernacular. No good. They must be slain. We've got an oath of vengeance after all. It's the right thing to do. They're still hard enemies to hit though. Just the nature of the beast. All right, and I do want to make sure that we get this champion slain. It's very important to me. Because he gives me money. He gives me money when he dies. And I love money. And I love it when goblins die. Oops. I clicked in turn there prematurely. Oh, he's faster than me. Oh, I suppose. Champions also have anticipation after all. Okay, rude. Run them down. There we go. Another camp of goblins slain, and what do they have? We've got a polearm with some very good ignore armor. Interesting. Okay. The champion's eye poker. And then this goblin bow, which is legit good. Huh. We'll have to see how that compares to the war bow. It is almost certainly better, actually. So we'll have to figure that out. All right, we can leave behind the bolas and all this, you know, stuff. All right, so first things first, let's take a look at this champion's eye poker. 42% of armor ignores, or damage ignores armor is really high, actually. So, as an option for one of my fencers, we could totally have that equipped, especially when we're fighting goblins. Now they do all have overwhelm, and you know they're sort of kitted out for the big sweeping reap, but damn, is that a lot of damage? Looks like a good duelist weapon. I mean, it would be. If you could do duelist with a polearm, we'd certainly do it. Weirdly enough, it would be like a kind of okay choice for a fatigue neutral. Like, kind of, in a way. Hand wavy. We're not going to do that. Or are we? I guess there is the option of taking quick hands on one of them. Because it's pretty good. It really is. It definitely is gonna like pop goblins just like straight away, right? Probably still worse than a pole hammer. I don't think so. That's a really high damage ignores armor roll. Yeah, so this one, it's not, this one is, what is the actual base type? It's just a pike, but it's the bladed pike. No, this one is just the regular named pike. They look really similar. Yeah, this is the bladed pike. Just regular named pike. Anyway, I think with this kind of damage roll, it's definitely better than a pole hammer. And actually the armor damage is pretty decent too. It'd be nicer if it were, you know, damage plus ignore armor, but totally fine. I mean, I could give it to Nixlarfs for when he stamps out instead of the, let's do this and move this over. So we're keeping these big bonkin weapons for once we stam out. The nice thing about polearm mastery is if a big enemy comes into melee, you can still attack with the polearm and then swap weapons, and then use the big boy weapon for the next turn against your big boy enemy. All right, so let's take a look at this bow as well. So it's got a damage roll and additional chance to hit. Additional chance to hit is pretty relevant, actually. And so compared to a warbow, it does have better damage ignores armor. Nothing is ever going to do as much damage as the javelins, to be clear. So this is just like as a something in Xerxes's toolbox. I think it is actually probably better to use than the warbow. It'll do a similar amount of damage through armor. Right? In fact, actually, we can look. So 0 to 24, 0 to 27, so actually higher. I'd have to do the math on. I'm kind of annoyed by the way it shows it, because what I want to see is, I know why they put 0, like I understand it, but what I want to see is what's the damage range of ignores armor. I mean, I could calculate it easily enough, but it's fine. Yeah, and that's the other thing that Omar Hong has a really good point. His range skill is kind of low, and so that additional plus 8% chance to hit really matters. So it does make the bow worse at the only thing the bow is kind of really good for, which is hitting naked enemies. However, hitting enemies is the most important part. So Xerxes, congratulations. You got yourself the Goblin Ambusher's Reach. And I think we'll just sell the warbow. I don't think I need to hang on to that for any reason. If you check out Some Weird Sins' bow guide, he gives that exact tip. Still one of my favorite videos. All right, Blackfire, our god of war. We do have the option to pump up a little bit of resolve here. What perks do we have that we still need to take? We need to take Battle Forge, and then we've got one more perk remaining. Can easily make it Fort Mind. We'll definitely go Battle Forge this level up. Oh hey look, a fat newt. Indeed. All our fat newts are, the names are taken if that's the implication, but our tank is not taken. But yeah, let's go, I'm thinking about still pumping resolve, even with Cocky and Fort Mind. It'll put them at kind of an insane amount, but I like the +4 a lot. Dodge Forge tank, the myth, the legend. Yeah, or the gimmick. TBD. One moment, Mike. Be back 1 second. I've returned. There's an argument for just skipping Chosen / Orcs with your comp. We're definitely not skipping Chosen. And we're not skipping Orcs either. We're not skipping anything. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. War Scythers can't handle Orcs. I mean, not Orc Warriors, not well, but the way I've built them, so, like, the idea is, we're doing our reaping early in the fight and against young and berserkers and all that. Life is good, we're moving around the battlefield, we're getting shit done. Orc Warrior comes to our face, hit him with a sword lance, swap weapon to flanged mace, use that. So, it's totally fine. We do need a backup weapon for Corvus Korak, and probably actually one for Nixlarps here too, actually. I do like the Champion's Eye Poker, but we got a Torn Labrum, so we aren't skipping anywhere. Anyway, so all that is to say, I think we're okay against orcs. We can fight them. We'll be fine. We just need some levels, mostly. And let's see. How much do I commit to the bit and just get this melee defense as absolutely high as possible? The tension between the 3 hit points and the 4 in it is real, but I think the hit points wins out here. And I think, I don't even know that I'm gonna bother with Indom. The nice thing about Indom, if I took it, is we get 1 good Indom, basically. So if we occupy a key location where orcs are like charging into us, we've got that 1 turn where we can't be stunned. Maybe that's not that big a deal. Maybe that's kind of a who cares. I might just not take it. Screw it. So what perks would I want on this, bro? And thinking about the ways we can use them in different fights. I've never made a build quite like this, I don't think. Not really. Not one that I was keeping long term. Not one with Battleforge, and not quite like this. So we are eventually going to give him one of the Ejirok armor pieces. That's like for sure. Brow /9. Yeah. Yep, so those are the things I'm kind of looking at. I think we want both? Probably both. Dodge Forge Tank, I love watching Slurgy. We use the forbidden builds, we have no shame. We love it, we embrace. Yep, so we're gonna do Lone Wolf because we're definitely gonna use him for Black Monolith. And we're gonna use him for Black Monolith as the off tank that runs off and, you know, occupies a bunch of Ancient Dead for a little while. So he's gonna do Lone Wolf, 9 lives for sure. I think he probably does have to take Brow then. So that's 3. And then we have just 1 more. Pathfinder? There are plenty of builds that are only bad relative to good builds, but you gotta use the bros you find. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the best build is the build that fits the bro and the situation. We genuinely didn't get like a proper, you know, forge tank. It's a really high ask to have that much fatigue and good melee defense. It really is. Yeah, we need Fort Mind 100%. So what are the perks that are required? Fort Mind's required. Lone Wolf is required. 9 lives is basically required, and Steel Brow is practically required. Yeah, I agree. Brow is probably required. Yeah. So what do I take next? What's my next perk? Honestly, I think for the very next level, I'm thinking about doing this one. I'm thinking about doing 9. He also, luckily, he's got Survivor, so if he does fall, he'll be fine. I think I like 9 for just the next level. And then, yeah, I agree. I think the next perks will be Fort Mind, Steel Brow, Lone Wolf. Cool. All right, Deep Space Cowboy. He needs immediate RNG mitigation, 9 lives IMO. Agreed, right? I mean, we need the 9 lives mitigation, or the RNG mitigation, and 9 is perfect for it. We'll skip the +1 melee skill here on Deep Space Cowboy. And how much? Yeah, let's just go hit points. We'll use a, like I said previously, we'll use a potion for when the time comes where we've got like a really big fight with the hammer. But for now, let's just grab quick hands. And I think what I'll do too, we don't care about him daggering down enemies. Do I not have any other javelins? Wow. What a world do we live in? What a world we live in. Let's put that there. We don't need him to participate in any armor daggering. Let me backtrack. Hi, Sludgy. Hi, Toxic Wild Hog. Hello, hello. How's it going? Okay, so let's check out the rest of what this little peninsula has to offer. So far, this has been very fruitful. This has been like named item century. Named item century is not the word I was looking for. Named item extravaganza. I don't know why I said century. We're not finding 100 named items. We found fewer than that. Put a lot of effort into that other thing. Can ya acknowledge that it exists? What is that other thing? Is there going to be a Nairobi joke here somehow? Do you think that a 1-star melee defense farmhand enough for all legendary clear run too? That other message? Let me backtrack. Hi, Slurgy. I don't get it. Is there more to that message than that? Yeah, I probably hold melee defense in too high of a standard for my forge tanks. Because realistically, a lot of their melee defense is coming from their shield. Right? It's coming from the item. So. And from the fact that enemies love destroying shields. Yeah, from the shield, mastery, lone wolf, yeah, exactly. Don't worry, Bajante, I'm in the same camp. I got the same desires. All right, let's fight some more orcs. Some orcas. All right, we'll back up to, let him come, back up to and let him come to you, as the saying goes. We're gonna use this bow. Ah, look at us go. We did it. Does no one see it? Does no one see the other thing? That other message? Is that an unironic bow? Define ironic. Is this like Alanis Morissette ironic? Or is this like Webster's ironic? We're not taking bow mastery. Let the record state, that's not happening. Whatever further conclusions you wish to draw, you may do so at your own peril. Those references are over your head. You know that Alanis Morissette song where she says things are ironic, but none of them are ironic? Oh my god, a toxic wild hog. An oasis of hope in a hostile land there lies. In the land of Battle Brothers is a man who dares stream to the challenge. Does Slurgy's band rise, ripping enemies at their seams with swords drawn tight and shields held high. Marching with a display of might and you'll encourage whether live or die. From the darkened valleys to the mountain peaks, Slurgy fights for the fallen, for both the strong and the meek. In this brotherhood we find strength and pride, with loyalty and courage will never divide. Wow. Hey, good night, Bijante. You just got like a little nursery rhyme. All right. Well, that was, that's lovely. Toxic Wild Hog. We still don't have quick hands. Son of a biscuit. Jesus, MS squad looks insane. Yeah, the squad has become insane in the membrane. We're in good shape. Shrimp sucks, by the way. What? No, shrimp is great. Though, I have no room in my heart for meals where I have to peel my own shrimp. Whenever I've cooked with shrimp, I always shell and devein them. Or just get them where that's already been done for me. That's even better. But I absolutely do not enjoy doing any of that stuff to shrimp. I just want it ready to eat. I want it to pop. I want it breaded and fried, covered in oil and pasta, and shoved into my gullet. That's all I want. That's all I want out of my shrimp. Anything that sucks shit off the bottom of the ocean is terrible. I would agree with you, but, well, I was gonna say catfish. Catfish are doing it from the bottom of lakes. And I do love me some catfish. I went to a catfish joint outside of the power plant in North Omaha. Bit of a rougher part of town, relatively anyway. Omaha's pretty nice place. And my God, that was the best catfish I had in my life. You must not preparing crawfish either. It's a giant pain in the ass to prepare. I've never made them. We don't have too many of them. Once you go north of like, we don't even have many crawfish in Iowa. Which I think most people call them crawdads. But then there's other parts of the country that call them crayfish. I don't know. But I've never cooked with them. I don't even know that I've eaten them. I probably have. Okay. Not a single camp. I paused, expecting to hear that glorious sound. We got a lot of footprints up here, though. Midwesterners would just fuck it up anyway. It's true. We would we'd cover it in Jell-O and call it a salad. We'd find a way. It'd be like, shit, how do we use this? I don't know. Throw it in a sheet pan, add some cream of mushroom soup, and yeah, that's how we'll do it. And let's use some really bad canned vegetables too. Now it's a meal. Salt. Put cheese on it. Hey now, putting cheese on things. That's one I can get behind. Let's see, what's our food situation? Got a lot of food. Yeah, let's follow the footprints that are... That's boring. That's better. The grinding knife camp. That's the kind of thing I want to see. Excellent. Let's see. Any nimble armors that we need to swap out? No. Everything is in pristine condition. Except for Gisselhair's hand, which we don't care about. We'll wait the tiny bit of time for those hunters to go further away, and we'll fight. You guys are responsible for Taco John's Ascent. Actually, I love Taco John's. I don't like Taco Bell. If I'm getting tacos, I'm going to Taco John's. Showing my Midwestern roots, flaws, you know, to be determined. Eye of the beholder, something like that, blah, blah, blah. Slurgy, no. It's so good though. And they've got a great song. There's a whole lot of Mexican going on at Taco John's. You can't go wrong with that. That's by far your hottest take, probably. The heat usually comes from the rectum, if we're talking Taco John's though. The heat is in a very specific location. None of their food is spicy. That's true. It has nothing to do with it being spicy, just terrible. I see it now. Yeah. So let's see. Let's get some of these bros free from their nets. And we'll get our gunner in position to do a little blasting. Both this turn and next. Slurgy is here to get bloody and gory. Let the battle drums sound in the fight for glory. With the spirit of the brothers, never does Slurgy retreat, whether success or demise, whether victory or defeat. I mean, I do enjoy these. Are these AI generated as some of the previous ones? These are good though. I like them. I kind of like just, I don't know, campy rhyming poetry or whatever. It's fun. Partially AI generated. Nice. Use some of it in your bio. Yes. Makes sense. Well, this fight went really well. What breed of Briggies is this? Oh man, that's true. Should we come up with... This is a great question. This is a really good question. This is an important question. This is the question of our time. What breed of Briggies is this? Ooh, sniper shot. Hey, would you look at that? We got ourselves Reinhold the Brute's Bulwark, another kite shield. These are the real rage briggies. They are sniveling little creatures. And this is actually a really nice kite shield because we got the shield skills build up -3 less fatigue, which we needed to find a shield something like this so that we could do our, you know, second wind potion permanent shield wall nonsense on our tank. Very important for us. And so we are actually quite happy with this find. So let's get rid of some of the food that's about to go bad. We'll get, let's just get rid of the bolas and replace them with the other weapons. Sure, something like this. Never does Slurgy retreat unless a tactful decision is to retreat. True. Sometimes you gotta run. You can't fight every battle. If you do, you'll die. Camo briggies? I mean, they do dress up like you know, a sniper with the looking like a bush, but I think we can do better. It's a good start, but there's so much more, you know? And the other role is max fatigue, it looks like. Could put this in the pocket of the Chaucer for an emergency shield walling. How likely is that to happen? It's pretty unlikely. Realistically, we just run. Solid snake looking motherfuckers? Yeah, it's true. 'Tis true. All right, another camp busted for great glory. And unfortunately, I think normally when I stop streaming, I wait till I'm in a town, but at the moment, my wife just got home a moment ago. She was gone running errands, so I should go say hello / hang out with her for a little bit before she goes to bed. So I think I'm gonna call it here. I'll send you over to one of my favorite streamers who is currently playing Brotato, which is a fun little game, actually. So I'll send you over to Jorbs. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, have yourself a good day or night. Ta-ta. You're welcome. Always a pleasure.